Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we write a game automation app called Automat. This is Automat. And Automat can do a couple cool things. You can use it to record macros. And this is a macro. I will get rid of this click object. When I play it, it will move my mouse. And Automat allows objects to act sequentially, so they can be connected like that. So I can play my macro. After my macro finishes, it will start a timer. Timer will count some number of seconds and then activate the next object. And since recently, Automat can also have objects that act together. By together, I mean whatever happens to one object, it happens to all of the synchronized objects. And the synchronization is done using gears. This is probably the third week we are spending on this synchronization mechanism and still not finished, which makes me kind of worried because I wanted to show this in 2 weeks during the Automat workshop. But yeah, maybe it will work out. We'll see. We'll see. The only thing we want to do today is to show the connection between this F key and this object here in a nicer way. So instead of having those cables, right now this key presser, it actually has 2 different cables for synchronization. And they are not functional, really. Yeah, I can get rid of this gear. I have this new one now. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Now the synchronization shows properly. I was changing some random things and apparently it fixed something. So during the last stream, specifically, what we've done is we worked on the serialization of the state of this thing. So now when I close Automat, holding my fingers that it works, I have a serialized JSON file which describes the state of Automat. It contains all of the positions of objects. Maybe I shouldn't use the name locations. Anyway. We have the gear object, and it has sinks. Okay, this is good. A gear object, this is the central gear. It has sinks. It means that everything that happens to the gear is propagated to all of the connected objects. And yes, the individual objects, they have this args property, and it contains a link to the gear. So this file looks good. This literally started working just now. I was tweaking some random things and I mean working. It's glitchy as hell, but apparently it's deserialized even properly. Now I want to check one more thing. I will copy this. If I close it now.
Living Being says,
why does the connection to the gear flicker?
Beats me. I don't know. I have a theory. But my theory doesn't really make any sense. So, yeah. I have no clue. So the reason that it appears here sometimes, I know why. It is deformed. You can see that when it appears here, it's deformed. There is a little bit of code that can... So if it is drawn here, as connected here, it's possible that our texture stretching code redraws it so that it's displaced a little bit. Okay, I just broke. So we have some code to kind of stretch textures around on screen to reduce the latency of dragging objects and so on. And it's possible that this is what's happening there. But I don't know why it jumps. It has to be debugged. Yeah. The fact that it moves here is suspicious because there is another potential connection point here. A gear has, I think, 3 connection points right now. We will fix this today, because this connection is not going to look like a cable. We don't want cables connected to gears. It doesn't make any sense. Let's do this right away. Today we are working on basically in this file, UI connection widget. This is the widget that draws connections. This is a massive file. I fold all, yes, fold all. Now it's more manageable. So what do we want to do? If style of the argument is a belt, actually no, we will do this differently. So apparently this is an inline argument. So we should be able to override the style in this class. I will return style invisible. Here. So that all of these connections, they will just not be drawn, but I'm doing this for a reason. It's when we see this gear, there are actually 2 connections. There is a connection from the gear to the object and the connections from the objects to the gear. So if I were to somehow draw this as a belt here, it's very hard to synchronize those 2 distinct widgets drawing themselves. I think it is going to be way, way easier if I make this gear object draw the connection instead. So this is going to draw the transmission belts. And because this gear is going to draw the transmission belts, it will be easy to ensure that they are all in sync. But nothing is really misrendered. Okay, so actually interfaces CC, this is the file that we will use, because this is where the gear widget lives. We'll have to think about this for a second. So a gear widget uses a texture because it needs to cache its rendering results. And that texture has bounds. And we need to draw something outside of bounds of this texture now.
We can also have a Sam Altman object type instead of gear, since he manages different teams and brings them together.
Like a floating head. And that head could rotate. Okay, how do I draw those connections? So there is a function called pre-draw.
His arms play tug of war with the connected objects. More the connected objects, more perceived effort on face.
With the discoloration effect going towards red. I could use pre-draw, but pre-draw can only draw behind the objects. I want to draw on top. What is pre-draw used?
Says, "Hello Batman's Nate. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you."
Yeah, like you hear. I need a new kind of entry point to draw something. First of all, it's good third party. How do I draw something on top in an efficient way? That's an interesting question. Maybe I should just create a massive texture. But that wouldn't respond to movement of objects very well. I could disable textures here. That would be one option to do it. Inside each widget is the ability to disable texture size, I think.
Batman's Nate says,
Hey, in the AI era, what does the job market look like for programmers in the gaming industry?
Hey. So my wife works in game dev, and they desperately need programmers. So I think they are hiring all the time. It's just they're probably kind of picky when it comes to, who they hire. So in game dev, it's kind of common to have crunch, and when there is crunch, like people basically need more works to help with stuff. I don't know how easy it is to actually get a job at a game dev company, but they definitely do need programmers. It's really working at a game dev company and working on games as a hobby, probably a very different thing. I think even people who are at game development companies, they often still work in their free time on some other smaller games. Which is usually a problematic point because the employer they effectively often compete with their employer.
Are you working in CD Projekt?
I am not. I have a friend who is a writer for a CD project.
Living Beam says,
What is CD Projekt? What?
It's a game publisher. They also make some games. They also made Cyberpunk and Witcher. And they for instance, they used to publish Baldur's Gate, like when the older Baldur's Gate, Baldur's Gate 2.
Oh, then they meant not.
This is what I want to return. Texture bounce. Okay, I will just return a null object here. No, I just removed the texture from the gear, so the gear should be able to draw itself wherever it wants on screen. And it also lost shadow. This is a side effect of lack of textures. It's more responsive, I think. If I move it outside of bounds, it should be even more responsive.
Batman's Genate says,
Maybe Techland?
No, I do not work in game development. This is all just hobby. My work was in bot detection. Or like, there are fancier names for this, like synthetic behavior detection.
As 989,072. My English is very bad.
It's sufficient. Okay. I actually think I will bring back the texture, but I will just make it large to cover all of the objects. I want to bring back the texture because this can be kind of heavy to render. So yeah, let's have a nice large texture that will cover all the connected objects. So
Living Bean says,
Beat it and ask it to become good.
Okay, I will return bounds again, but I will expand them to include all of the connected objects.
Cats love back spanks. I beat my cat.
Oh, do not beat your cat.
Batman Schneenet says,
You're not doing those annoying CAPTCHA tests, are you?
No, but actually CAPTCHA tests behind the scenes. CAPTCHA tests, by the way, don't make any sense. For the past almost 20 years, CAPTCHAs are bots are better at solving CAPTCHAs than people.
Living Being says, URL.
Wondering what's happening.
Audio quota. The cat asks for it.
Oh yeah.
I come from a culture where the mainstream art can have an affectionate connotation of
Hey, it's actually nice. I can call tick and compute bounds in the tick function. Would be nice.
I'm not Russian. But my cat beats me as well, although without affection.
URL.
That one is super patient. Speaking of YouTube videos, there was another post on Think of Computing where this channel was recommended, and just by looking at the titles of those videos, it looks like something we can probably It seems like something that could be very interesting here. It looks like a channel with video essays on user interfaces. There's this thing in UI design where lots of people, they look back towards some era of greatness in the past, and I don't like this. I think this is like locking people in this state of mind where we keep reinventing the stuff that was already invented. Some of those thumbnails, they look so enticing. I just want to watch those videos, but yeah, I'm keeping this for later so that we can watch this together. Okay, gear, if we have gear.
Batman and Banj Ninate says,
I've heard that many CD Projekt employees have complained about their working conditions, especially in connection with the release of Cyberpunk. How does this compare to your observations?
I heard about this, but my friend who works there, he is a writer, so he's not working on any code. He writes stories. Quest writer, essentially. And the stuff he told me, he's, by the way, a very good writer. So he wrote some books. And he said that they have a lot of writers and they iterate on quests a lot. But when he actually looks at the evolution of quest design in the game, he notices that those quests, they don't really improve. They more like move laterally. Like as they iterate on the quest, it evolves into something different, not necessarily better or worse. The quality is basically maintained during story iteration. And he didn't complain about working conditions. Like CD Projekt is a large corpo. They have tons of money. They can pay their people well. It's not a bad place to work at.
Living Being says, URL.
Interesting talk on desktop U-Evolution by a veteran.
Yeah, I've seen this. What are the points? Yeah. This term, I'm not sure it was really, it's really meant for other interface. So when it comes to human-computer interfaces, there are talks for programmers who are just not in this field. Like they are meant to introduce you to the topic. So this is more of an introductory material. So it's oriented for a general audience. I think those are more... I think this channel is going to work better for us.
Batman Shneenate says,
Did he work with Sapkowski?
I don't know, Sapkowski is actually very easy to catch. You can find him at most, I mean, you used to be able to catch him at most fantasy conventions. It was like, it was a lot of years ago, like something like 12 years ago, before the Witcher games. Sapkowski would come to fantasy conventions, and after his talk or the meeting with him, people would go for a beer, you know. So it was easy to kind of catch him doing a presentation and then go with him on a beer. So much nesting. This has to be done to stay safe, kind of.
And what kind of person is he in everyday life, now that The Witcher has premiered? I like his books, but sometimes it happens that the authors of good books are difficult people.
Yeah, I haven't met him myself, so I could only repeat rumors. It's probably better not to do this. Yeah, because I don't think all rumors are necessarily correct. Yeah, I just don't want to repeat negative stuff. Which I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe I can iterate over those two ranges together. Views concat. Yeah, this is what I would love. So let's see if this will work. I will pull ranges. Actually, no. Shouldn't really concatenate them. So I will have to store their positions somehow. Anyway. So now we have a huge bounce object around the gear object. The texture is going to be large. Sometimes it's going to cover the whole screen. Or nothing. That is strange. Oh. That makes sense. So we've been allocating empty textures. I don't know why this worked, but yeah. Now the texture for the gear includes, I think, those points here. I could even see how large it is by filling it with something.
Should you create AI agents for your own needs? Or should people in your industry create their own AI agents? And if so, how well do they perform in the workplace?
AI agents? It's a... I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean training the agents? And this texture is kind of crappy. Ah. Yeah, it's crappy because we need to transform some points between some coordinate spaces. Oh, why doesn't it still work? Oh, it's the opposite. Oh, owner location. This. Yeah, now it's better. So this texture here, it stretches from start of this object, the start of this object. So those points, they expand the size of the texture. You can see how the texture wiggles when I move the object around. This wiggling is caused by the texture remapping that we are using.
Agents based on public models? But since you brought it up, out of curiosity, your own homegrown LLM models based on your own data?
Right now, this is not really feasible. You can create small LLMs, but small LLMs are not smart enough to answer questions in a coherent way. So the small LLMs that you will create, you can still use them, but not in this agentic way. This is... there are no tools for average users be able to use this in a reasonable way. But local models, just having a local model is nice. Captain Chicken mentioned something about GLM yesterday on Discord. Maybe I could play with this GLM. Let me fire up LM Studio.
What about small language models for selected data?
Small language models do work, but they are not, not super smart. But yeah, you can use them. I think fine-tuning, other larger language models is more doable for average person.
Noon from your friends use e.g. Automat.
No. Local models are a thing. They are popular, yeah, like I say. Fine-tuning them is doable. Actually, I wanted to download the GLM.
No more time reverge person. Its name of model, 1.
Something's... the cover... Come on, widget store. What is widget store defined? In root widget HH. Okay. How do we map rectangles? And actually, I will probably need to save those shapes so that I can draw the connection properly. Or like pick the points where I want the connection to end. Okay, now the texture has a much nicer shape. There is a bit of logic here for drawing lines between rectangles, rounded rectangles. In my widget, for each connection, we need to store something. Let's call this belt. And let's store a vector of those belts.
Living Being says,
Is talking to people and grinding teams together a valid job?
Oh yeah. Absolutely. So in a large organization, you have a lot of things happening, and if everybody paid attention to everything, nobody would be able to do any work. So you need to kind of split work. Sometimes if you want to actually do the work, you need to focus on doing the work, and you need to let other people kind of communicate with the rest of the organization for you. Look for opportunities, other people doing similar things, and so on. It only matters in large organizations, but this is absolutely a valid job.
Meister Chica says,
How come in modern society we have major problem with new tech and integration of new tech, but Noon has problem with fact that is factually easier to steal money than to change doctor?
Yeah, amazing how many problems are caused by fixation on money.
Living Being says,
I think that's what I enjoy doing. I don't prefer to sit at a desk. I just want to ask people what they're working on and connect them to one another.
Yeah. Let's do belts not clear. And for each connected object, we will add a belt. And we probably also need to filter them somehow.
Meister Chica says,
I come to the National Medical Insurance Office with request to change doctors for my fiancée with written approval. To do it in her name as she is not on conversational level of knowledge as far as Spanish is concerned. Person at desk says you need to have signed request with when asking to change Dr. Doyle.
Oh yeah. The people who work at offices, they have totally different mentality.
Living Being says,
Signed request from the original doctor.
Meister Chica says,
I said fine until you give her and myself a doctor who speaks at least English, leaving until police comes with warrant.
Living Being says,
Yesterday, I got medication worth $200 for $20 by using my people skills Dutch.
Meister Chica says,
Police ended up coming, but they ended up forcing them to assign us a new doctor boy.
Yeah, this is crazy that the people in bureaucratic positions, I don't know, sometimes they get power crazy. Yeah. This is the first role that should be replaced with AI. Or
living being
not even AI,
says,
some kind of
Franz
automated
Kafka
system.
wrote an entire novel about this sort of thing. CP Chica, Dodge I.
Meister Chica says,
What were they gonna do? Arrest me for exercise my legal rights? Anyways, I wasted 4 hours for something that should have taken 15 minutes.
Wow.
living being says,
I guess there is a positive component. You got your job done.
Meister Chica says,
But for dog, you come to your old vet. Take dog's veterinary carton and go to the new vet. No questions, ache state.
Yeah.
living being says,
What's carton? A pet crate?
Meister Chica says,
Carton medical record in Europe.
Pancio 2019 says,
Hi.
Hey, I need to deduplicate the belts somehow. How do I do this? Well, I will do this on pointers.
Can I give you a question?
Meister Chica says,
Asnan 89072, all medical-related jumbled into single record in Europe, so people usually just call it carton, because in pre-2015 era, they were about 30 cm thick stack of paper.
Living Being says,
CP Chica, nice. Tills. Concio 2018, you've already asked him a question.
Meister Chica says,
Concio 19, you can ask second one for free.
Conciote Faulkner 19 says,
Do you have any advice on how to start and enter the cybersecurity industry? I'm taking a course on TriHack. Do you have any advice?
I guess companies are looking for people who want to do this stuff. It's just, I remember when I was interviewing, I was getting pretty generic interview questions, like for a programmer, so algorithm-related stuff. But when I was working, the company where I worked, they actually changed the way they hire. So they actually introduced some special interview process for security engineers, like for people who work on security, which was more about being familiar with all sorts of exploits. But if you finish university, if you have some kind of certificate, bachelor's should be enough, and you feel comfortable in this space, yeah, then you can totally go interview. You don't really need to. So you can go to some conference on security. There are usually people from security companies there. So there are. So from your username, I'm guessing you're from Poland. So if you're from Poland, there is the Hack Summit. I don't know why this page is so dark. No idea. Okay, now it's better. This is really a conference where companies, they come to hire security engineers, and security engineers come to, I don't know, to spend the time in away from work. Anyway, so you have some talks there, but if you go outside of the conference room, you will see that on the corridor there are a lot of booths, and those companies, the sponsors, they basically pay the conference just so that they can use it to recruit people. Yeah.
Meister Chica says,
I have follow-up question. Which field of cybersecurity?
Conciote Connor 19 says,
Pen testing.
Yeah. You can probably. Oh, yeah, there is an English version here. Yeah. Anyway, you come to a conference like this one, you can just you will basically spend 2 days just talking with people in the booths, and then basically the only people who have booths want to hire people. So there you go. And when you talk with them, you can actually get on a kind of fast track of hiring, because you will have people who actually work at those companies and they can give you like referrals. So those kind of conferences are probably the easiest way to enter cybersecurity.
I haven't seen this website. Thanks. I'll take a look there.
Not necessarily this one. There are possibly others. Just look for kind of cybersecurity conferences. The sponsors, they are sponsoring those conferences because they want to hire people. Yeah, there are tons of weird specialization in cybersecurity. Like, once I met some people who their whole work was that they are monitoring network logs from some companies. So corporations, they buy services in their company and they basically monitor their network log for anomalies. So they have a lot of automated rules to filter out common types of traffic, and they basically manually go through all of the network connections that are happening, and they are checking if they are reasonable, if they are safe. So this is like the job of people was to literally audit network logs.
Meister Chica says,
Well, in my company, when it comes to pen testing, we are looking for people who are capable of building software for pen testing, can't say.
Concio 1919 says,
I'm just starting. I'm in my first year of studies, but I have trouble even finding an internship. That's why I asked. Thank you again for your help.
Yeah, but to get any work, they will ask you to actually, yeah, for internship, they might hire you. But generally, you need some kind of certificate that higher education is usually a requirement in those places.
Living Being says,
Consiot Fokninitin. Good luck, man.
Okay. I think I should do that dash source thing.
Concio 19 says,
As 989,07072 TX.
Meister Chica says,
Concio 219. Ask around in offices. Some has to know someone who knows someone.
Okay, I think in terms of code here, belts should be good now. Now we need to draw them.
Or look around on web for AUSS software project, usually major ones, which have mentorship programs taught you.
TP Chica says,
I have successfully infiltrated the system.
Meister Chica says,
Bug detected in not as 980, 972 Bashto.
TP Chica says,
Who says it's a bug?
Hey, interesting. Let me check something.
Meister Chica says,
I say, it's a bug.
No, I know. Okay, I know how it's happening. This is fine. A little bit of impersonation.
CP Chica says,
Well, I'm a pentester, and I exploited this vulnerability.
Yeah. One thing after I learned after all those years in cybersecurity is that it's impossible to develop secure software because there are so many potential security holes, like things that can be abused, that you just wouldn't be able to write anything. You really need to just write it and use your intuition to evaluate which ones are most likely to be exploited. Because not all of them are equal. Some of them offer more value to abusers, and some of them are easier or harder than others. So it's a constant balancing act of risk management. And yeah, I decided to just whatever. It's a Twitch stream, not a bank, right?
Meister Chica says,
And I'm technical development director, and I say it's a bug.
Yeah, but security is what makes professional work a lot less fun. The worst thing is that none of this would be necessary if people just wouldn't attack systems. Like, it would be kind of cool to assume that people can be trustworthy, decent human beings who will not abuse anything. It's not the case.
Mr. Chica says,
CP Chica, I'm just pulling your leg. I think Math has figured it out.
Meister Chica
Yeah.
says,
This would not happen if each app shipped its own operating system.
cybersecurity is a bit of a Sisyphean work. It's never ends. Even if the system is mathematically secure, provably secure, there will always be a way to exploit the things which are not modeled mathematically, like people around it.
Master Chica says,
I'm a social engineer myself.
Muffle says,
I am as 989,772.
Look, we have belts.
Master Chica says,
Belt looks better? Yeah.
Concierge my 19 says,
I see in the description that you had to deal with fighting hackers. Can you specify what you did? It was also related to cybersecurity, or rather, programming.
Muffle says,
Quad belt noted.
We'll fix this in a second. I'm actually thinking maybe there is a better way to organize this. In terms of what I used to do is that at Google there is a shared infrastructure for detecting bots, and this is used for many products. Basically every Google product that is attacked by some bots needs some form of protection. Yeah, so I was developing this shared infrastructure that, like, half of the Google products literally used it. Search, Maps, YouTube, Android a lot.
Concierge for 19 says,
Many aspects of cybersecurity involve programming. Bernadette identification totally.
I think I should move this drawing code outside. I think I should create a connection widget, kind of. Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah, so I'm looking at those belts and they should probably have the nice wiggle mechanics, wiggle physics that we have for other cables. And how they mesh with the central gear. I actually think maybe we could draw a smaller gear here with the same number of, same size of teeth. Yeah.
Mouthful says,
So why build fuchsia when later you are gonna build aluminiumos? I guess Google also does not care about money now.
Yeah, money is definitely not a problem.
"772 says,
I am back. Sorry if it was annoying. I was just having a bit of fun.
Mouthful says,
And also wasn't Chromeo's takeoff Android for PC.
Yeah, it's not. So you're looking at Google as if it was a thinking being. It's not a thinking being. It's a collection of people, and everybody has their own preferences and interests and. Oh, a crash. Nice. So this is why Google sometimes acts in a seemingly unexplainable way.
"772 says,
Inexplicable.
I think it would be nice to show a gear at the end. Yes, let's show a gear at the end. So each belt is going to have a gear here. And the end point is not going to be the center. Shape. So much repetition here. Of all the things that are wrong here. Where should this information be stored? In the object?
Meister Chica says
Google apparently also likes to build languages.
URL.
Yeah, I actually wonder, where is Fuchsia today? It was interesting because I thought the whole idea with Fuchsia is to build a new interface from scratch with a better ABI, having learned the lessons of the past 40 years or 30 years. But it seems like Fuchsia still tries to be POSIX compatible. So it's just a new kernel, and yeah, it's just weird. What's the point of a new kernel? Fuchsia is developed by a lot of people from Android. This is probably why we have something like that. The people who developed Binder. This screams Binder.
From source code, I can see Fuchsia is also parallel first kernel.
I remember it has a nice ABI system where ABI is defined by a vector of function pointers, and an application can run another application in a sandbox by customizing this vector of functions.
Basically allowing kernel code to be executed in parallel to...
I mean, kernel code executes in parallel, but as much as it can.
Says, hello SleepyGoss 789. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you. Meister Chica says,
Caught red-handed. Caught.
SleepyGoss 789 says,
Hello, Maro.
Hey,
Concierge 19 says,
I have one more question. What languages are used in cybersecurity? I heard it's mainly Python, but is it only?
and all of them, all of them. Like, malware is still written in Visual Basic, or this basic, like the type of scripts that you can embed in Word documents, they are still being exploited. So every kind of general purpose language can be used. Python is a super convenient language for writing just about anything, so yeah, this one is used a lot. No question about that. Even if you are reversing a native app you will usually, if you need some help in reversing, you will usually write some scripts in Python to help you out. I think GDB has a Python interface. So if you want to debug an obfuscated program, you will probably deobfuscate it with Python. Yep.
Okay, thank you again. I won't bother you with questions anymore, hey?
No problem. I haven't been in cybersecurity for past 2 years. My friends tell me that nothing has changed though, so... Before I left, even then people were talking about protecting weights of models because they wanted to put, sensitive models on Android. That was before the large language models revolution came about. I do wonder if the weights are somehow protected on device. Okay, so how do you call this in Catholic Church when you go to confession? Examination of conscience? So this is my examination of conscience related to the design of gears and belts. So I'm noting all of the scenes that I'm making. And just to make it happen, I guess I will have to, what do you call this? Yeah, penance will come later.
In my opinion, there will be a lot of gaps because of the code written by AI, which is why I became interested in pen testing and I liked it. It started with a network, but I definitely prefer pen testing.
Yeah. Being good at some language and having this sort of mathematical thinking is good enough. So pen testing is a lot of black box analysis, but if you want to verify whether a program is correct, you can just read the source code. You will see the bugs there. If you look at a function, it's messy. You can follow the pointer and see, okay, is this pointer used safely or not? And reading the code is usually good enough to figure out if the code is safe or not. It's just nobody has time for this. It requires a lot of time, and you literally often need a notebook, and you literally need to go through source code and make sure that everything is kind of wrapped together nicely.
Meister Chica says,
If I may borrow your doctorate-level brain security patch, is usually just binary diff of usually executable already in prod serving the role of mitigating vulnerability exploit until proper fix is implemented. So, if that is the case, why that standard practice instead of shipping mandatory, high-priority updates?
Concierge Connintin says,
Well, first I definitely need to learn how to program well, haha.
Programming is not, it's not as hard as it looks. And Captain Chica, what you're saying about patches is, I'm not sure if I've ever seen something like that. No, not myself. I've never seen binary diffs applied to running software. And it's a different environment, like in what you're saying here, like mixing end user software, which has this notion of updates being distributed to users and servers. If you have servers, you can just restart them. If you have users, yeah, then you have some update policies. But one is done by DevOps and the other is done by, I don't know. I actually don't know how to ship software to users.
772 says,
Aside from gears for sensing states of multiple objects, what were other options on the table?
In terms of design of this, imperative events. So the context for the gears, why do we need gears? Because I was playing Noita, right? So I had a space configured. Space was clicking a key very fast for me. It was sending mouse down, mouse up events. So it was looking something like that. It was clicking the mouse for, I don't know, milliseconds, lifting it. So I had a macro like that, and I wanted space to activate it, so that as long as space is held, this runs. And I somehow made it work. I think it was toggling something. Yeah, it was toggling this timer.
Meister Chica says,
Well, I have only shipped kernel code, and most modern kernels have live patch capability of applying binary diffs onto already ready kernel to mitigate security issues, which are not on lowest end of kernel, which would require full-on reboot.
Yeah, so
Which would require full-on reboot.
I never worked with kernels, but yeah, I actually heard about this technique specifically in the context of kernel development. So why we need sync? It's because I wanted this space button, this macro, to work only when Noita is active. So I could hook up this window to Noita and configure it so that this is synchronized with this, basically. So that this hotkey would deactivate when I switch out of Noita. So this is all still just improvements to the macro. But this synchronization mechanism is It's something that's more general than that. It can be used in more places. So the alternative to this would be to have some events in the window object. So on activated, it could do something. On deactivated, it could do something. So that would be the alternative. Yeah. I think the alternative still makes sense. So they can both work, really. It's just those gears, they require less connections and they can simplify a lot of things, actually. Okay. So for the sake of just having something, I will first finish the animation of belts. I have something that looks nice, and then I will atone for the scenes.
Ponsiotuk19 says,
Okay, I'm off to study a bit. Have a nice day. Take care.
Thanks.
772 says,
Conciot, quote 19. All of the best, kiddo.
Okay. So instead of drawing from this, let's say that we'll have secondary gears, and those secondary gears will be smaller. They will have, say, 0.5 centimeter. Millimeters.
I am not a computer programmer. I am a living being.
Nice affirmation.
CP Chica, are you from Spain?
Meister Chica says,
Who's asking?
"772 says,
I'm asking. I'm another living being.
I think the start has to be moved by...
Meister Chica says,
In that case, yes.
I think we'll have to parameterize the shader a little bit better so that the number of teeth checks out. Yeah.
"772 says,
Yo hablo un poco español.
Change format, GLSL.
Mafi, I know that belts and gears go together, but putting them together that way looks very unrealistic.
Yeah. I was actually... So I wanted to rotate the belt so that the belt would twist. It's doable, we can do it. And to have some kind of teeth come from under and, you know, pull the gear, or have the rotated belt right around the gear so that it would go flat, it would twist 90 degrees, and then it would wrap around the gear and come back, rotate back and come back. The problem is I kind of need some visual indicator, something that I could drag here. You know, reconnect sync, disconnect sync, because now I have many to unsync sync, yeah? This should not be all usable through the menu. There needs to be a visual way of doing the same thing. So I should be able to grab this tiny gear and just leave it, and it should kind of go back to the object. Or I should be able to connect it to another object, and they should start kind of working together.
But
And if I just have a belt?
pulley sort of thing instead, that a belt wraps around.
Yeah, yeah. I think we'll make this work. Yeah, I just need to tweak some parameters in the shader. I think this could be a uniform. Number of gears is another thing that should probably be...
Why does Dostoevsky not like Polish people?
Not sure. He definitely has a Polish last name, so it'd be weird. Okay, first of this. Actually, I'm not sure why I'm calling those I or U. So a gear count here.
I am a bit Polish myself.
Yeah, I guess Dostoevsky also was a bit Polish himself, just from the name. So if something has half the radius, then it should have half the number of gears. Something like 6. I just want to check if this still works. So I'm slowly converting the fixed function into okay, it still works. Into something that can be parameterized. So this is TIFF amplitude centimeters. I don't need to do those multiple times.
Meister Chica says,
GLM is vibing the vibe coding.
Is this some vibe coded window?
Vibe coded Tari app.
Oh, speaking of, I think I installed this GLM. Are you using 4.6? See if it loads. Okay. it works.
.7 with extended token limit.
It's thinking in Chinese. Does your one also think in Chinese?
Mine does not.
Should probably update this up. How do I do this? A sec.
Have you tried to use 3GN 4.7 from OpenCode 2e? I think that one quite frequently thinks in Chinese.
.772 says,
I think in Chinese myself.
So this is the new LM Studio, I think. Yeah, they only have GLM something something. You're saying GLM.
Because I have a good Chinese friend that I bounce ideas off of.
Slow. I know this guy. Let's try get this one. Likely too large. Oh yeah. Do you run this on CPU?
Meister Chica says,
Can you ask 4.6 to summarize this at pi?
URL.
Docs to see if it always thinks in Chinese. I run it on separate machine.
Yeah, but is it using in RAM execution or in VRAM? Because all of the GLM I'm seeing, they are... And this one is... It's crazy tiny.
It think it's RAM execution.
So let me try the original one, but... You? Even like this sort of quantization, it's still 200 gigabytes of RAM. There's no way to run this.
"772 says,
Ice cold shower today as well. Wish me luck.
Meister Chico says,
Unless you grab old build machine from Google.
Okay, I can grab the tiniest one I can. Let's see, it's going to take a while. I hope it's not going to kill my stream, this here download.
Oh yeah. Forgot mention I have mapped NVE on an NB drive as RAM module and kernel on my home server machine.
I wish RAM prices would go down already. And TIFF amplitude centimeters, did I set it? Yeah, I guess it works. We'll be able to play with those values in a second.
And physical RAM is used as swap.
So I think this is the base radius. Let's call this minus this. Now I can change this to 0.5 here. So we should actually see a gear finally. Rather than a disk. Check this out. It's a gear. These are kind of broken here. If we change, I think, the direction of those gears, then yeah, that could work. the gears are now kind of touching. It's also slow down one of them. Was the wrong one. They will not rotate all the time. I'm animating them just so that we can see that they are animated. But really, they will only animate when things are happening between those objects. The animation is going to mean something. And draw them closer so that they mesh properly. And it looks strange because of this groove. I think if we disable the groove, I think this is groove start, this is probably groove end, and this is groove center. Let's take those three values and turn them into uniforms. Okay, now we need to use those values. Oh, the gears have no groove now. We do have some weird artifact in here, but yeah. I will take care of this in a second. In terms of drawing them, probably draw them even closer, minus 2 millimeters. They aren't meshing super nicely. Something wrong with in here. Oh yeah, this should be multiplied by... What was that? Gear count. There's still some weirdness around the edge. The lighting calculation looks fine. I think the issue has to be somewhere in those functions. Let's try disabling dy and see if this helps. I hope this helps. I hope the error is on this line. No, it's not. Maybe it's not an error. Maybe this is just this. What is it called? Rim lighting. Still kind of weird. Okay, the radius of the center hole. It's 2 parameters. Because there is the radius of the hole and the roundness of the hole. Maybe the second one could be a constant. Okay, let me check out this language model. It's loading. Probably have to specify some parameters here. GPU offload 0. Nope. Let's see. Fully in RAM. It should just be M-mapped. So I don't know what it's loading. It should just M-map this. Oh no. My PC is dead. Out of RAM, I guess. Yeah. Keyboard doesn't work anymore. Great. My mouse doesn't work. Okay. Look at that, we have gears without holes. So nice. Yeah, this model is too dangerous to use. I'm not going to load it anymore. It almost brought my PC down. It kind of did brought it down. In Z, Ctrl-C still doesn't work. For some reason, yeah, still broken. Oh, it does work? I don't know, it's weird. No idea what's happening here. Okay. I want to rotate this belt. I think this belt should rotate, and then it should attach to the center of the gear. Also, just looking at the style, I would like to tweak some values here. Like the radii and amplitude, I think, of gears. I think the difference in size cannot be so large because it's causing some problems. I think the primary gear radius, it should probably be lower. Let's make it this is radius. I guess I could make it 9 millimeters. So that the diameter is 18 millimeters, and this one I will make larger so that the diameter here is 12 millimeters. And I think this would allow me to still have a nice ratio of gears. Instead of 12 to 6, it will be 12 to, I don't know, 9, something like that. Right? Okay, I think the rotation calculation should be moved entirely onto the CPU because the CPU can do this reasonably. So I can account for rotation of everything and make sure that the gears will always match. I still want to increase the number of teeth on the smaller gears. Maybe I should just reduce the amplitude.
I don't feel like being on Windows anymore today. Brrrr.
I think those are nice gears. They feel so pleasant. Let's add the hole back. Actually make the hole even larger here. How would it look with a very large hole? I guess a little weird.
Miss Paradoxical just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. I think I will increase the radius here because this is actually something nice about how this looks. It looks like there is something that comes out of this belt and comes back inside after pushing the central gear back. Central gear. I don't know. The math behind those gears is actually not that crazy. I could even draw teeth around this whole thing. Maybe this is the way. Okay, let's start with the angle, I guess. The angle of rotation has to be tightly controlled so that the gears don't overdraw. They should perfectly match at all points. So all places where I'm using alpha, alpha, I time have to be updated. So this will be just radians. Which shows a problem because this rotation has to be different for each gear, so I need to, play with this builder a little. And will be a lot of this now. Okay, now it is moving, it is just moving very, very slowly. Okay, I think... Yeah, this probably has to be also rotated by this rotation rod. have a number called primary rotation, and then based on this we will calculate secondary rotation for each of those belts, each of those secondary gears. Primary rotation is value that should go from 0 to 2 pi. Actually no, it should just be some integer. It goes from 0 to 1 here. I don't know what I'm doing, so I want to see how it looks. Oops. Why is it frozen now? Let me undo some of my changes. Something like that. At some point I broke it. The first thing we need to do is to multiply the result by 2 pi. Because this is the period and this is the amplitude. Now there should be no jumps in the animation. Slowed down the rotation a little bit. I can slow this down even more. Because it doesn't have to be that fast. This is just for debugging anyway. I'm looking at this and wondering why do they rotate in the same direction now? Should be... Yeah, they're all rotating clockwise. Oh, I guess because I'm assigning this as a double. Yeah, it's a very tricky API to use. Yeah, suddenly they rotate in the right direction. So the center gear, it should rotate faster than the outer, and this ratio is controlled by the their radius difference. I think. Okay, now the speeds seem to be aligned. And probably almost aligned. I think so. A sine wave has actually three different radii. There is the outer radius, inner radius, and the middle radius. I think here you should probably use the ratio of the middle radii.
Linux so secure it logs you out every time you don't use system for more than 2 hours.
Oh yeah, very secure. Logout time is how secure system is. Don't need this, honestly. And I can also rotate the secondary gear so that it kind of, as I move it around, it should walk on this outer gear, keep touching it. So
I mean, internal security teams don't have to worry about setting that up on SYST.
yeah, I guess that's true.
Unless you are on kernel team when you need full root access so you can reload the kernel.
I'm just randomly adding something here until it looks good. This is my methodology. Looks almost correct. I think now it rotates too fast. So I will remove the parentheses. Still looks wrong.
I still don't understand what is purpose of having profile, bash profile, in BSRC files.
Compatibility. I actually know what's the point of having profile and bash RC. One of them is only loaded in login shells, and the other is loaded in all shells, kind of. Okay. I can do this walk. Is it rotating too slow or too fast? Rotate fast.
Wrong access points?
You mean the center point? I'm just comparing the radii of those circles, trying to make them roll on top of another. Yeah, maybe this is actually wrong. I think should probably do this. It's not going to be outer radius now. Let's just call this radius centimeters. We don't need to subtract anything here now. Okay, now we are rotating too fast. So let me slow this from 3 to 2. And now we are rotating too slow. Actually, I think I should probably use ratio of gears here. But that would be even less. I think now I should do this. Come on. Maybe I can count how many extra teeth I am having. It will be hard to count. But this is a cool effect. It's not correct yet, but yeah, it starts looking fun. Okay, let me just think about this. Let's say I rotate this gear by 1/2 the rotation. This will be 1 here. Value. It looks like this should be correct. But it didn't work before. Yeah. Definitely rotating too fast by exactly this ratio. This ratio is 1.5. This is exactly how much too fast we are rotating. The moment I remove this, Now we have a... So this rotation would be perfect if the both gears had the same radii, but they do not. So now the smaller gear and large gear. Smaller gear makes exactly one rotation. I do this. And come back to exactly the same spot. The smaller gear rotation should be faster by this ratio here. Should be ratio. Now it made full rotation here. Way too fast. Maybe I should use the, I mean, if I use the ratio of number of gears, that would be the same basically. 12 to 8, 1.5. Here it's 0. This doesn't make sense. It says that here we should see a full rotation. Or maybe it's correct. Think of a different solution to this problem. I just reduce the number of teeth. Maybe I should multiply by ratio 2 times. Hey, something has changed. I don't know. 3 times. Back to old formula. Maybe something like that. Finally. So much experimenting finally works. Yeah, I was just multiplying two things that I should have been adding. Let's clean this up. Sweet. I think I can bring back the animation now that it all works. Okay, I'm playing with them, but I should be doing different things. And this the radius of this internal bevel that can be increased. This is, I think, a const now. somewhere here. All roundness. Yeah, I think it looks nicer now. And this is a nice effect. Iconify. Kind of works. Weirdly. Probably polish this somehow now. Not exactly sure how still. But probably get rid of this background layer. It's really not needed for anything. Just so that I can see where the texture ends, starts and ends. would be so nice if Skia had z-index. I could play with this z-index to draw objects in whatever order I want. This is a fun effect. So in terms of drawing this, I think maybe I could. So the way that the metaphor should look is from the contour of the object, which... So this object has a part which sends signals. This part has some shape. Let's say a circle. This is the... It's not a circle, but let's say this is the circle. The metaphor should show a belt coming from below this part, I think. So it should be drawn after the object is drawn, but it should use the shape of this part as a clip to avoid overdrawing on top of this part. I should probably record this somehow. It's an important thing. Nice that the sync gears are synchronized finally. Meshing so nicely. Let's do some to-dos maybe. One to-do is probably to use the shape of this part as a clip. Or belt. Then I would like to add some texture to the belt. And some gradient at the end where it wraps around. I mean, honestly not sure how the belt should behave. I could also turn it so that it turns around in this funny way. And maybe also feel this circle inside. It would be weird. I think the belt needs to rotate. It has to, yeah, it just has to. It will be completely flat. It will be drawn like a line, like just like that. But let's say 1 centimeter or 2 centimeters before the gear, we will do a nice rotation. Let's start with clipping the belts, because I don't like that they overdraw on top of the source objects. For this end shape. There's a lot of nasty code that I would avoid. I would like to avoid. I think I need some lambdas here. now I want something for this. Maybe move down. Yeah, and I think I can convert this into a method of the belt class, because it's only, actually no, it is using some widget store. Oh well. Things should still work. Now I should be able to do the clipping. pop do we have? It even respects the shape of the end here. Oh, this is weird. I guess it works. Okay, so this path is done. This part is done. Next one will be the texture. I think before we add the texture, maybe the twist should come first. It feels like this could influence how we draw the texture. I think the belt is it always going to be a rectangle? Because if it is, then I could have some cool shader. But okay, let's do this step by step. Hey, actually no. So twist start is going to be 0. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, so the idea is that here the belt should start twisting and it should enter the cogwheel, kind of. Could maybe even shorten this, say how 1 centimeter looks. I'm watching everything at a zoom right now, so it's going to be way smaller normally. That looks reasonable. I actually wonder, how does a tape behave when you twist it? I guess it follows something like a sine wave. A nice side effect of this current clip approach is that when I kind of move the object over this gear, this part is kind of clipped out. It's not a very productive stage of development where I started playing with this, but I'm thinking whether I can emulate this with Skia primitives. Decisions. Decision 1. Should the belt and gear, should I reuse the same shader for both of them? This is the first question. Okay, I think if I can lower the radius of this gear so that it fits within this belt width and it still looks decently, then I will do it. It opens so many issues. If this is all meant to be a belt, then it needs to have movement. If the text moves, it creates problems for the belt. Another question, should the shader kick on here, or maybe the whole thing should be drawn by the shader? Okay, let me try. This rotation is not going to be easy because the way I'm modeling the gear here, I have this notion of height of the gear, age. Or whatever, I will just try this. It may not work out, but I will try to do it in the nicest possible way. I will try to apply the gear shader to the whole belt. And yeah, we will see how it goes. So instead of belt paint, inside our gear, we will add a new uniform. This uniform is going to store the end point, like the point where the belt ends. Instead of K, that should be I. Let me speak. And this end pos. I will initialize this to 0, by default, and in the specific gear shaders, I will use belt.end minus start. Instead of draw circle, I will call draw line. from 0, 0 to this point. So I am kind of overdrawing a region, but that shouldn't be a big problem. I will actually fix this in a second. Oh. You may not see, but there is a rectangle roughly here, which is being drawn twice. It's transparent, that's why you cannot see it. So, what we are going to do here pause. So this shader is going to work the same way if the dot product between local chord and this end pos is negative. But if it's positive, then we will change a couple values here. Yeah. I'm just checking if we can now see on screen where is the tape section. It's going to be a crazy shader. Okay, apparently tape is... should be the opposite. Okay. Pink. So this angle is going to be slightly computed differently after in this red section. Because the distance is going to matter, not this angle. This angle is not really used anywhere. Or maybe it is. So one trick I could use is to cheat with the UV. Yes, if tape. I could project all of the points from this section onto this line here. See if this works. First of all, of this I think I can get rid of this. Now, I guess it would be nice to have the teeth for the remaining part of the belt, so that it's not flat here. It's kind of weird now. I think this is what decides the angle rod. I think I should probably add some kind of period here, something like that, but in a sec. UV. UV. Where do we use this UV? Hey, this is the last place. Gear is not used anywhere. Or it is. Actually, it is. Think. Let's have this. What's happening here? I'm not sure if this is going to work. Yeah. Not quite working. I don't know what's happening. Looks strange. Okay, I will undo this. To this tape, in my mind, this tape stores the distance along this vector here. I should be able to do something like that, maybe. And that should start oscillating nicely along the length of the tape. Ooh, I guess I just need to figure out the multiplier. I will not do this manually, I will change this to some formula in a sec. So on this side, it's almost okay. On this side, not quite. There is no cross product for vec2. Strange. Okay, do this manually. Actually, no, let's do note. Now it's wrong on both sides. I will just swap them out. Cool, now we have something that moves in the right direction. I guess we should fix the length, the period of this sine wave. It should match the period of the teeth in the metal part. So no more 10. I need to take this tape and I need to divide this by the length of a single period in the circle. So this is going to be our length. And that length is the radius. Times pi. And I think this has to be divided by the number of teeth. So for some reason it's called gear count. Maybe I need to multiply or divide this by 2, I don't know. This should be pretty close. Divide the length by 2 means multiply this top part by 2. Still feels wrong. This is in radians, so maybe, yeah, I need to multiply by pi. Yeah, I actually think that's should be the case. Yeah, it's perfect now. Remove pi from here and from the denominator. George has some nice it happens to have nice side effects. I can look in the middle of the connection and see if something is being sent through it. But okay, I wanted to change a couple of things. Twist. I want to add twist to this belt. This belt shouldn't travel vertically like that. It should, right after meshing with the gear, it should twist and travel horizontally. I think the first thing I need to change is this hole radius. Because there should be no hole inside the belt. I think we should animate this. Maybe not hole, maybe we should animate the X. X is kind of like the distance from the center. Yeah, I actually think that's the case. Something like this, I don't know. Maybe divide, I don't know. There will be some nuns here. Maybe it will produce the right effect. Definitely have something that looks like twisting. Shaders, yeah. They can produce so many weird shapes. It's like chainsaw. I introduced a new parameter called twist, which tells us how flat the tape should be. We're using the distance along the tape. Yeah, basically that. I think the first thing we can play with is the radius of this hole. Before I start transforming coordinate systems, let me just try transforming parameters first. Or whatever. Let's do that. I don't like smooth step. Smooth step isn't well behaved. Yeah, isn't that nicer? And this is still far from being a tape. Actually thinking that maybe instead of changing the size of this hole, changing the size of the hole, maybe it's a good idea. So the value of x I think I could animate it so that the x tells me the distance from the center here. Yeah, it's not doing the right thing. In here. Kind of what I would like is for the so a couple parameters have to animate. I think amplitude has to also go down. If amplitude centimeters, yeah. The next thing is that I don't want to just lower this to 0. I also want to kind of bend like the top part so that it comes on top of the other one. Okay, I guess this is fine. It's normal here. Its edge should go down here. I don't know. I'm just checking things. Think this could actually be good. I just need to draw one of those sides on top of the other. So this way I can basically make the shaping. It's kind of in the middle of the gear, while it's actually not in the middle of the gear. So twisting thing, I think I need to think how this can be done. I think this is the important part. Because I want this edge to travel to the other side of the belt. I think I need to use this tape cross.
Matthews Puxim says.
Like Windows 2 toy.
Yeah, just like Windows.
Why is good go 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 go.
I think I wonder why this has negative SDR. Hey, this is the mix of languages really. A game, any program needs whatever works best. Most of the code is in C++, but shaders are obviously not. Shaders are in GLSL, or actually a variant of GLSL called SKSL. Slightly more pleasant to work with language. Doesn't have as much annoying gotchas. Actually, don't need this sign here. Because without this cross product, the shape is correct. The only thing that's broken is the shading. I think it should be possible to fix the shading. First of all, there is this margin. Conveniently, it's already a variable. This margin defines how rounded are the edges of the gears.
Meister Chica says.
My boss decided new core utilities are not enough for, so we are building new ones.
Noble goal.
He wants us to first implement curtime command.
Is this Linux? I think on Linux the This is actually implemented in some like kernel dynamically loaded something that's injected into every process.
I mean, makes sense, but Q's knew was too lazy to do it.
So
Time command?
not command, I mean the function that asks the operating system for time. I think it comes from VDSO. You're a kernel guy, so you should know more about this than me.
That only measures execution time.
I thought the one for system time is from VDSO. I'm not sure. For execution time on x86 you have LDTSC or something like that. You have an assembly instruction for that. So no need for kernel. What did I just change? Oh yeah, I did change this margin. I know what I will do. I'm not going to play with this or this or this. I will actually do the mixing.
So Matthews Puxim says,
What are you programming? What are you programming?
So this is a utility for playing games. Work in progress still. It may look weird. It is super weird. I don't know why it's so broken. It's so broken. Boy, I'm zooming onto this section. So the whole idea is that as the belt kind of rotates, I will zoom in on a very specific section of the belt, the one here, and stretch it out to cover the whole belt. Not working as I wanted it to work. Something like that.
says, hello, IO 6868. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you.
Yeah, pretty much.
IS 6868 says,
P.
Hey. Yeah, so about this program. It is a utility for game automation, and it has a couple of... It works like a... You get a board and a bunch of toys that can be placed here, and they can do some things. This one is called macro recorder. If I activate it, I can record some kind of macro.
Meister Chica says,
Oh, I remembered Cisco's time too. 101 and clock get him too. Underneath get him EFT 96.
Yeah, I think some of them are from VDSO. I'm not sure which ones. And still there is C libraries wrapper still. Oh, but you are building core utils, not libc. Okay, this may look weird, but this is actually... I think correct. It's just at this point, I think I should start adding a flat section to the belt.
That gear looks like cursed Hyperen logo.
Yeah, it kind of does. I think the stiff amplitude should be reduced. It's probably good. So the width of the belt, let's put I don't know, something like this. So my plan is to actually start, after the end of this belt, start adding tape that is then going to expand. Just this section, I don't like it. So FYI, YouTube chat just went down. This marks 5.5 hours since the stream starts. This is the usual time where chat dies. I really want to take this part of the gear and pull it downwards. Something's not right. Maybe this curved surface. I think this was part of the issue.
Are you pulling Yeti up too much?
I do not have a choice. The way that the API works is you make a request, it blocks, but YouTube only blocks for 10 seconds to deliver you new messages. If I could extend this block time, I would do that. I would extend it to like half an hour. But I guess they have some technical issues. So I have to make a request every 10 seconds. And this looks nicer now.
You can't pull any of you Google connections to get extra quota.
5.5 hours is enough. It's like one of the things that keeps the streams shorter. I want to see what's happening here. He fixed the SDF. Shouldn't twist be 0? Like everywhere. Okay. I would say this part of the belt is good. This one obviously is good. I just need to work on this twisting section. I need to put one side in front of the other. SDF is correct. So we have a new X signed. Possibly use here. Maybe minus? Or actually no, it should have been plus. That's fine. There's just one more place where I'm forgetting this. I don't know where it is. I would actually say that something improved here. We'll fix this, we'll fix this. No. I will undo this. The right solution is not to add any offset here. Solution is to divide x by something. Yeah, imagine that. And I guess I could draw this. I want something that goes like that. Then there should be a section of sine wave. Turns into the inner part of the gear. Again, this time is the inside of the gear. What do I want? I want a flat belt that goes like that. And then it has this smooth twist. If type is greater than 1, x is less than if The belt width is going to be set to radius. Because it looks pretty. You want to move this center point. So one part of this shape is correct, the squeezing. Squeezing is fine, I just want to shift it a little bit. I think I'm going in circles. Yeah, we have some gears that mesh, but you just need to create this smooth blending between the belt and the gear. Well, I guess it's not looking bad. I guess on Friday we'll be able to finish this. This is the most ambitious variant of the visualization I wanted to do, and looks like it could work. Yeah, I guess that's it for today. See you on Friday. Bye bye.